this world. Play some Dungeons and Dragons, roll some dice, see what we can get up to. Last we left off, the party, you had encountered some frenzied wolves that you had fought off, killing all of them except for one, which Elevorn had then attempted to cure and speak to, finding some disconcerting information out, something strange going on around this area that seemed to be driving the wolves to act and behave in ways that isn't normal. Before continuing on your way, you were approached by a stranger, a man who identified himself as Alexander. Seemingly having the same destination as the rest of you, the city of Worthy, you spoke, got to acquaint yourselves with each other a little bit before he said that he would be making the rest of the journey by himself, but that if you should find yourself in the city, he let you know where to find him. So, the rest of you continued on to Worthy, taking to mist form and finding that entering the city as mist proved impossible. It's almost like some physical, invisible barrier was preventing you from entering, so instead you entered the normal way. Going through the fog and the mist that blankets the outside of Worthy, you heard more than saw the gates of the city opening before you, and stepping out through the fog to look back and see that it's almost like it had been suspended there, not rolling through into the city as the gates opened up, but creating a barrier there at the precipice of the city itself. You walked through, the gates closed behind you, and a man dressed in full plague doctor attire, after having lowered the gate, the bars which provide another form of protection for the city, looked to the group, the rest of you, gave you a welcome to Worthy before heading into a door that led towards where that connects to the walls, like a sort of a guard tower type thing. So, you guys stand just inside the city of Worthy. It is morning time, about mid-morning, mid to late morning. The sun is out, if not partially blocked by clouds, but it is daytime. The city itself, from what you can see without going too far into it immediately, has this tension in the air. You see people walking the streets going about whatever business they're going about, but it doesn't have the same feel as any city that you've been in. There's this sort of dread or uncertainty that hangs in the air above each of them. But you're here. Maybe to figure out what's going on, maybe to help people, maybe to get to the bottom of this strange phenomenon, or maybe not. What you are here for is to find the man who is engaged in the slave trade, the one that Esther had tipped you off on, the man who seemed to be having people brought into Worthy. The half-elf named Dene Lavelle. You have no idea where he might be, just that if not him, then somebody who works with him is having people brought to the city, and he might be within the walls. So, as you guys entered, looked around, before you could even reach out, ask a question to the man who welcomed you, the door is shut again, and looking back, you can see that, again, throughout the entirety of the walls, there are these braziers that are lit and belching dark smoke into the sky. You can see where the wisps of the fog that cling to the outer walls mix and merge with that smoke and get carried off ever higher, and it creates this sort of almost framing of the entire city that you can see of this dark smoke mixed with wispy fog that almost seems to lock the city in place. That's the aesthetic that it gives off. But what are you guys doing?
Let us find a pub.
It's early.
I don't want to drink, my dear. I'm looking for information.
As long as you don't eat or drink anything, it might be okay.
All right. So right now, as you enter, there is a sort of a main road that you can see that is cobblestone and set up. You can see dirt paths that either naturally or constructed have been formed that go off into the sort of more residential or areas. But the main road, you can see almost straight down to until you can't see any further. You can see parts where other paved roads branch off, other dirt roads or paths that have been made just from natural paths that people walk and over time having eroded into a sort of pathway have been made. But you guys follow the main road into the city for a while, and as you get further in, you can see more people. You can see more of these buildings that are most of the buildings that you saw that had been boarded up with planks of woods nailed across the windows and doors. They seem to be a bit off of the main path. Like I said, maybe every four buildings that you're seeing is currently boarded up. You get to an area that opens up on your right a little bit. A little bit of green grass in a field that houses a fairly large wooden structure. It's similar to ones that you have seen before and is immediately recognizable as a temple. You can see that there are a group of people, maybe a half dozen to a dozen or so, that are currently outside of the temple itself. And it seems like they're bringing offerings, gifts to the temple, where outside the main doors you can see another person dressed in a plague doctor's uniform, head to toe, standing right outside the temple door and seeming like accepting the gifts and offerings and offering maybe prayer, some whatever help that they can give with their words. The back of the temple itself does have a cast iron gated fence that surrounds the back of it, and it's a nice little sort of garden area, just very, very quaint but sufficient. You can see that etched into the wood carvings, very artistically done high above the street level, are these effigies and carvings of cycles of life and death, and the most prominent one being that of a large raven.
I'm going to point it out.
It's hard to miss.
Go check out that.
Okay, so Elevorn heads over. Demetrius, as you are looking for a pub of some sort, the smell of ale does catch you, but it's coming from straight ahead, not in the direction that Elevorn's heading off right now.
I'm gonna head towards the smell, but just glancing back occasionally.
Okay. So, Elevorn, you approach um, the area and you can hear people talking to this robed figure with the large bird beak mask. You can see that they are bringing gifts of coin, some uh, what seems to be fresh food, clothing, and the man simply says, "Thank you for your generous offerings. We will get through this together." So, when you kind of are slightly impatiently waiting as another couple people go, and after a couple minutes of speaking with this seeming priest of the temple, eventually you are the person that is standing face to face, or not face to face. He is a little taller than you, with this plague doctor masked priest.
Is that uncomfortable?
It is necessary. I um for the safety of the temple myself, as well as those who come to leave their prayers and offerings.
Is this, a temple of the Raven Queen?
It is. I. Hmm. Are you new here?
I am. Here, it's not much and it's probably not super valuable, but it might be of significance to her. I'm going to take out a few of the harpy feathers and give them to him.
Hmm. Quite the strange offering, but I will make it on your behalf nonetheless. If you say that it might mean something to her, then I'm sure she will understand. Now, you seem of individuals who have come to me today and throughout the past months, you are untouched by this. Not physically, I can see, but the mental and emotional toll does not seem to have taken you as it has others. You seem in good spirits. It is a welcome, but I must say unnerving change of pace.
Um, if you don't mind, what are the physical symptoms?
It is hard to say. Me personally, I am not a part of the doctors per se. I am wearing this as a precautionary measure to interact with the people of the city. Those who make the visits, those who actually deal with those who become symptomatic would be more able to tell you such things. And from what I have heard, it is a relatively painless experience, but a quick one.
Well, from what you see, what does it.
I see the effects. People who I knew, people who once frequented the temple, no longer with us. Those who still are, have dealt with and seen people around them being lost to them.
So,
Whatever
you're,
misfortune.
you're
Sorry.
saying people just vanish?
No, not vanish. The plague takes them. Now, from what I have heard, which is nothing I have seen firsthand, it is a quick, painless ordeal, but it's hard to catch. At least we've not been told if there have been any signs that one has the disease.
So, you don't actually see any sick people anywhere?
I see a few. Some have the effects of this have made several individuals fall ill, and unfortunately, I've to have the um, common cough or anything in these times makes you something of an outcast. But I've seen ill folk, but nothing that seems to connect with the plague. This plague is not as apparent. It is sly. It is devious. It's sneaky.
For how long has Worthy been like this?
Ah, we had the first um, few begin to go maybe a little over half a year ago. And at first it was seen as strange. No one really knew cause. It seemed just unnatural deaths, but within a few weeks of those first few, it became apparent that we were in a much worse situation than we were ready for. So I would say anywhere from maybe 4 to 6 months. As it has gotten worse, we have taken precautionary measures, of course, to try to stave it off as the doctors attempt to find the cure, or at least a way to identify those who have come down with it. It does seem very contagious. We are not sure exactly how it is spread, though.
Surely some form of aid must have come to attempt. Did it ever get better, or has
No,
anybody come lately?
aye, there's not many people that would willingly walk into this and that hand in attempts to localize this infection until we can get it figured out and solved. We do not want it spreading outside of Worthy, as that could soon and quickly lead to disaster if it follows the suit that it had here.
Are you aware of the creatures that are outside of Worthy?
Creatures?
Well, not creatures.
You speak of
Um,
outside of Worthy. You are from beyond the walls. You have questions about the plague that those living within would not have. And the masked head cocks to one side as if in a little bit of confusion or inquiry. Why are you here?
To help.
Hmm. Well, I cannot say that. I wish you the best, if you can help.
Well, what my friend was explaining is that wolves outside of Worthy are the closer they get to your city here, the more confused and, well, they get sick, you
Oh,
know. So it is already outside of the city.
the head tilts downward. That is troubling. I should bring this up to others. Is there anything
and
else? This is news that I inform my high priestess of.
would the Empire help? Have you?
We are some days away, if not weeks or months away, and I do not foresee any sort of aid in that regard. This is by the time that anyone were to get here, uh, who knows what state we would be in anyway. I'm not in any position to have to request aid from the outside. I'm a simple man of the temple here.
No, I understand, but again, we're not from here, so I'm just. Guess you're not the person to talk to, but if we want to help this, we just need to know as much information as possible. If you don't know, could you direct us to the correct person? Who you think?
Nine tilts again. You ought to make a persuasion check, please.
Could I, try to not very suspiciously give her guidance?
She's already said the words.
Ah, okay.
Did you hear me?
No.
Oh, well, 15.
15. That, you would have to find the ones who actually deal with the plague. I don't know their business. I don't know the routes that they take or their methods. I'm sorry. It's hard to see any sort of facial reaction or contemplation going on for the mask and the entire attire that is shrouding this individual. But
I understand that you're just a person, but each person should have someone to turn to when they need help, you know?
yes, which
So,
is why
you
I'm
should.
sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, which is why I'm out here to interact with the community, those who have nothing much more than their faith and each other. And though it is a grim patron to whom I serve, knowing that somebody is something, some god, is there for you in events such as this.
Oh no, can I reach for his hand? I don't know what he'll do, but I'm going to reach for his hand.
Okay. You take it and
She is not grim at all. She is there in your moment of most need. She is not a grim patron. She is amazing.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
looks over Elevorn's shoulder at Nerdion, who's just by himself. Yeah, she's alright, I guess. Of course. Of course. I was speaking from. I find myself speaking from an outsider's perspective. That is not how I truly feel. It's. Not many people seem to understand what it is the Raven Queen does. They see her as a dark shadow, a looming figure to be feared, a goddess of death. They don't understand. It's rare to find people who seem to understand.
Do not lose your faith. And she isn't death. She's just what helps you when death happens.
Yes. Are you followers? Looking to the three of you who stand there.
I just look at Albert and Era first.
Oh, I definitely believe in her. Yes.
Yeah, I
agree.
believe in her also, yes.
You can see there's the shifting of the beaked mask that lingers on each of your faces for about a moment. He withdraws the hand and looks around as most of the crowd that had been here has thinned and dispersed at this point. If you are here to help, well, I wish you luck, and if there's anything that we here might be able to do for you, if it is within our power, if it is within the will of our goddess, we certainly will. I must admit that earlier I was a bit guarded with what I knew as well. We had a little to do with aiding, a little more. We worked with the doctors, us here at the temple, to attempt to curb the spread of this plague. It was us as well as some of the doctors that erected the mists that surround the city as a way to attempt to hold the plague in. Now, the doctors, they did most of that, but we lent a hand. And to hear that somehow it has failed is unnerving, and something I
Oh,
must tell to my high priestess.
the mists, they go for days, days and days beyond.
Oh, well, I'm not sure of that phenomena, but the one directly outside of the city, yes, I'm sure that any fog that goes or mists that go on beyond that is either it's running off or a natural worldly effect.
Are there any parts of the city that are hit worse?
Those which are more densely populated seem to be the ones where there are more frequent cases. The slums where the buildings are packed tightly together, where the people are packed tightly together, as is expected. It gets less and less, fewer and fewer cases as you head northward towards the northern end of the city, as there's a secondary barricade that we erected around the manor of the lord and lady of the city.
Oh, they're still here in the city?
They are. They are, and they've actually had quite a hand in attempting to curb this plague. They make probably more frequent visits than they should to the streets to give what aid they can to the people. They are
Oh,
kind folk, from what I have seen.
would it be rude to ask, their names?
You truly are outsiders. They are Lord and Lady Logain and Michelle Sanvinique.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm rude. What is your name?
You may call me Bernard. And yours?
Oh, I'm Alphaborn.
Neri.
Era.
Well, it is nice to meet you. And as I said before, if the effects of this plague truly have gotten through the barrier, then I should alert those of my order who can perhaps do something to reinforce it. And you can see him gathering up some of the offerings and takes a couple steps back. And if for any last words, maybe before turning to head into the temple. All right. We'll say Durand and Demetrius. You guys continue on, and you come upon a tavern not too far down, maybe 5-10 minutes down the road. And you are walking at a slower than normal pace. You get to a establishment, and there is a wooden sign hanging down off of ropes that reads the Crow's Call Tavern. It's a fairly large single-story building. You walk in and there's a lot of floor room.
Is it busy?
At the moment, it seems like it is not too busy. It is mid-morning. There are a decent amount of people. It's about as busy as you might expect a tavern to be at this time of morning.
Okay.
But again, the patrons here are solemn. There's very little conversation going on. And the conversation that's happening is almost at a hushed whisper just because of the lack of accompanying noise. So to keep conversations, sort of private conversations private, any conversations having in like a lower tone, just talking at, almost a whisper voice to each other at the same table.
I'd like to enter.
Yeah, you're in.
I'm going to go to the barkeep and order an ale, and look at Durand if he wants one.
No, thank you. Not under these conditions.
Smart man. I suppose. See a human man behind the bar, and he pours out an ale from a barrel behind and puts it on the counter in front. Talking to you, of course, friend. 4 copper, by the way. It's, this, whatever is going on. I haven't seen you in here before, but whatever is happening outside, whatever this disease is, it can be the death of you, but don't let it tell you how to live.
Of course not, sir. How has business been lately?
Slow, but that is to be expected. Slow at times. Occasionally, it picks up. It's not the worst. It was slow when it started, as people tended to be afraid to go outside, but as it seemed to become the norm, well, I offer quite the commodity for dealing with hard times.
How have the patrons been acting?
Some, they come in, they seem down. Some of them drink and get even more down. Others, it almost returns them to a life before all of this. But it's hard for everyone.
How long has this been going on for?
It feels like it must be around a half year or so. Yes, it started just before winter, really. Maybe during. can't really remember. It's gone really quickly, surprisingly, since it started.
Can I look around and see anything of noteworthiness?
Make a perception check.
15.
15. You look around and you can see a few things. There's some kegs of beer that are laid out horizontally behind the bar. Any spirits or wines, they seem to be running low on those. The shelves are empty in parts, bottles half or lower full. You can see some unlit lanterns off to the side, but it's daytime now, so looking around, you can kind of steal glances at some of the patrons who don't, other than just being quiet or to themselves, don't seem odd. It seems like a normal tavern, and you can almost imagine what it would have been like in better times. And it seems like it would have been a fairly nice place, especially considering how large it was. But you can see a lot of the tables have um, either been moved to the side or the chairs that are stacked on top of them haven't even been taken down for the day yet. Nothing strange, I would say.
I'll just sit there and sip on my ale.
Okay. Doesn't have any sort of strange taste to it outside of the sort of bitter sourness of the ale. Elevhorn, Era, Nedidian. You all enter. You can see Durand and Demetrius at the bar. Demetrius, not 10 minutes after you told him not to, was sipping on an ale.
Oh, well. It's not my problem, I guess.
Oh, wait, did I miss that? Did somebody say no drinking?
I'm going to go up to him.
Well, just don't come running to us if you get the plague.
If you get the plague, you better stay away from us.
Demetrius, make a constitution check.
Da da da.
Not yet.
Don't actually do that. Oh my god, you said not yet. You're doomed.
Natural
Oh.
30.
No, you can't have that.
Alright, so,
Well, now you wasted it.
what are you guys doing?
I'll tell them what he just told me. Admittedly, not much.
Oh, no good leads or anything.
No, it's a little quiet in here.
What, leads? What are you trying to find out? What you say? There's not... It's been months since I've had a new face in my tavern, and all of a sudden I've got 5.
Ah. Well, this plague thing, whole thing, I mean, it's not our main reason why we are here, but we are willing to help. So we were wondering if there were any leads to that. Apparently our friend over here forgot that. I'm looking at Demetrius.
Some kind of miracle workers, then?
Well,
Not exactly.
yeah, probably. Just some, but some others not.
In that case, well, I'm not going to hold my breath. No offense.
That is fine.
So I take it, as you said, not many people come to Worthy, especially now. But has anybody else recently come by before the five of us?
Well, I don't see many people outside of the tavern. Hmm. I did see. No, no, don't believe so. For the past few months, the entire city has been much on lockdown. Nobody leaves, which disincentivizes people to come. Unless, of course, apparently they're here to save all of us.
Or foolish, something like that. But surely a town, or rather a city that doesn't get to leave, has some rumors going around. Anything significant that you can tell us that you think might help?
Looks to all of you, kind of analyzing these newcomers that come in asking questions that seem, decently well off.
Let me apologies, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Era, and these are my traveling companions, as you can see.
Traveling companion.
Is that all we are to you?
These are
my friend.
We are friends. Well, most of us, anyways. Looking towards Dimitri.
True.
Well, maybe. I'm not sure if so much has happened recently. I wish there were a way I could jog my memory, but
Okay, so somebody either pay him or punch him.
Like that?
I
I don't know if he meant it like that.
Can I throw 2 gold on the copper and just mention the name Danae Lavelle?
2 gold on top. Okay. Danae Lavelle. Unfortunately, that does not ring a bell as he collects the coin, but I will certainly remember the sound of it from here on out. Now, strange things about this plague. For outsiders, it might seem strange to you. It's been what we've been living with for months now, so this is the way things are, you see. If it is found that there is one that has come down with the plague, normally it's too late for them. I don't believe I've ever heard of a case where somebody has had it and has made it out of it alive. The doctors will make their assessments. They will go into the house of the deceased and take them. Afterwards, the houses will be boarded up so as to attempt to continue to contain the plague. Now, what these doctors do with the bodies, I can't be sure. I've seen them on occasion in the night transporting them. Seemed like in the direction of the graveyard, but I haven't actually followed them. It is not my business, I suppose, as long as they're doing their part to try to curb this thing as much as they can. Who am I to question it? It is unfortunate, though, as any of the personal effects of the deceased, anything within the house is considered contaminated and either destroyed or left in place. From what I've heard, some few unfortunate individuals decided to attempt to take a look at some of those houses which have been boarded up, and this is where the rumor mill starts churning, and many, if not all of those, ended up coming down with the sickness themselves. But that is just rumor.
It would make sense, though, if the people were having the plague and somebody goes into their house, could possibly get it from the belongings that have been left there, but...
What exactly stops you or us from getting the plague very moment?
Fortune? Luck? I don't know. We might have it. Who knows? They haven't figured anything else out about it, at least. And if they have, they haven't told us. Maybe there is a cure. Maybe it's fine. Maybe there's no hope, and we're all on a timer and going to die eventually. But whatever it may be, I can't do anything other than wake up and live my day to day. Hope that one way or another, I suppose, preferably with a good outcome, it all comes to an end.
I'd like to pull out my flute and just start playing.
Okay. Go to make a performance check.
Piercing the silence.
25.
Okay. Pull out the flute and you start to play, instantly filling the area with this beautiful melody that echoes and bounces off of the walls of this large open space and just completely fills the tavern. And you can see as people that were hunched over with their drinks begin to look up and just gazes fixed on Demetrius. As the bartender kind of gets drawn in, you can see him kind of shake himself for a bit. It's been some time since anybody has performed here.
He's pretty good, isn't he?
Yes. I've forgotten how much these walls loved the music.
I just kind of want to walk off and continue to play sort of a somber tone. Just, yeah, and then I'll be right back.
Okay. So Duck is actually BRBing?
Play and then AFK.
Yep, play that thing.
So
Alright.
while Duck is playing, I'm going to quietly try to talk to Theron so that maybe pull him away from the bartender.
Talk to other people away from the bartender?
No, Theron. I wanted to tell
okay,
Theron
sure.
something, but I didn't want to tell the bartender the thing I wanted to tell Theron, and it's kind of
Okay.
And it's a great time because he's playing the flute, and so
Go for
yeah,
it.
that's what everyone's thinking right now.
Masked.
Okay, so if we're back away from the bartender, I'm quietly I don't think people are actually getting sick.
That is bold. Interesting.
I mean, the guy that we talked to, who's at the Temple of the Raven Queen, he said he didn't see any like outward symptoms of it. He said he saw people like with normal colds and coughs and stuff, you know, and like they were like shunned, but he doesn't like people who get the plague, you know? Like there's no sign of it. Like they can't tell if someone has it because there's no like you can't see anything different about the person.
Okay, I see. That makes sense. I suppose finding one of these boarded up houses and investigating them might give us some more clues.
Well, I mean, I could go in as something little.
I think maybe it'd be better to be noticed rather than unnoticed, if what you believe is true.
I don't want to get carted away in the night.
Well, it wouldn't be like I'm not saying it'd have to be you.
I don't want any of us to get carted away in the night. It just seems weird, you know, like if there's a sickness in the forest, like things get sick and some of them live and some of them die. And that is what happens, you know?
So maybe our next stop should be maybe the graveyard. You know, if there were no sick people, there would be no people in these graves, right?
Oh, that is smart. Nalavar says a little too loud and gets excited, you know?
Could I ask the bartender something?
Sure.
What could you tell me about the lady of the I forgot their names. The lady and lord of the I think Worthy.
Don't know them too personally. I've seen them. They make trips down to the streets every so often. They hand out coin, other things just to help those that are struggling and surviving make their way. I haven't spoken to any of them directly, but better than the last ones, that's for certain.
Not that we're here for sightseeing, and I know all of Worthy is contaminated, but are there specific areas you recommend we? Any recommended areas you just completely think we should avoid?
Well, if you are trying to do your best to avoid the plague, then certainly the slums, not the best place. Any place where there are a bunch of people crammed into one area. That's where you're going to find most of those boarded up houses and uh, therefore most of the plague. That, as well as, I would suppose, the graveyard might be holding something under there. The doctors, they do make the attempt to prevent people from visiting the graveyard. However, it has been sort of, it's been closed off for some time now.
Or can you give us an approximate? Wait, no one has visited the grave or been allowed to?
Well, those that go in with the proper precautions, the doctors as they transport the bodies of the deceased, yes, but it is a difficult thing to contain a plague, to take the bodies affected with whatever sickness they are and isolate them from the living. And so they don't want the living going and treading where sick bodies lay.
I see. Yeah, I understand that. But aside from plagues, any other rumors or anything else going on? Surely something else in the city. Got a bunch of people kind of sardined up into one location.
Nothing
Something.
interesting. I'm certainly just standard run of the mill drama and things of that nature. People claiming others have the plague and attempts to just alienate them socially out of some sort of petty squabble. But honestly, things sort of have stagnated in Worthy. Not much has changed since this all started. We've all been existing, but things haven't really progressed much in the past half year. Not that before that it was much quicker, but at least it was at a crawling pace. Now it's just stopped.
I have a slight question. Am I so far away that I couldn't overhear any of this, or?
No, you could overhear it. You're far enough away that a whispered conversation wouldn't be overheard, but as the barkeep and Era were continuing to talk at fairly normal, you would have heard this as you were talking to Durand.
Okay, so to the round I go, did you hear that? He said better than the other ones. What does that mean? Or the last ones? I wonder if, it coincides with...
Yeah, maybe we should find somebody we can ask about the previous lord and lady.
Well, we could ask him.
I think that might be a little bit, well, maybe I'm overthinking it. I think it'd be pressing a bit too much.
Oh, okay.
So, early afternoon. What are you guys doing? You can head out, find a place to convene, or if you want to stay in the tavern, you can stay in the tavern.
I'm also going to lean over to Durand and go, we should go find Ara's boyfriend.
Who?
You know, that the guy.
I was unfamiliar that that thing was going on.
Oh, I mean, she just likes him, I think. It's sort of cute.
Ah.
I think that's why she was asking if anybody else came by.
Well then, yeah, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to find Era's boyfriend. He's probably somewhere where we've got to go to anyways, considering we need to go to the slumish area.
You guys happen to sell maps of your almost lovely town, city?
Not here. I wouldn't even
But
know
is
where
there-
to get one. I have never had a need for one.
But a library.
I'm sure there's something if you, that might meet your fancy in the market circle.
Market circle?
Your
Where's
shops
that?
up that way. I'm not sure how many have stayed in business after all of this. You follow the road that you came in on, and if you came in from the south gate, the main road that takes you north, all of the roads will converge in the near the center of the city, and following it northward beyond that, you'll come across a market, a circle of areas where building shops and the likes are built around.
Deep sigh and then turn towards in the general direction of everyone. Anyone else have any other questions before we move on?
Nara's just gonna shake her head.
You're worried about him, aren't you?
What are you talking about?
You are a tall and blonde and crossbowy guy.
Alavorn. No, I'm not worried about him. I'm just trying to be more active. You wanted this. That was too quiet before, is what you said.
Now she's yelling.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Question mark.
I'm so confused.
The confusion! If anyone doesn't have any more questions, we should head for the market square.
Let's go get Duck. I'll go get Duck. I'm scared.
No. I'm going to continue to play and just eavesdrop on conversations from the patrons.
Yeah, so Demetrius is staying in the tavern?
Yep, he's staying in the tavern.
Okay.
But Ella is asking so nicely.
Well, we don't have to stay at the hip.
Yeah, true. At least we weren't told to stay like that, so. Or were we?
Okay, so Ella will find a table and sit down.
Okay. Easy enough.
I'm gonna want to leave the tavern if anyone wants to come with me. I'm just gonna listen and ask around. Anything
what?
else that?
For what?
I guess to get an overall atmosphere and make sure everything lines up with what they say about the sickness, or if anyone says anything different.
Okay. Durant, Neredian?
I mean, we just got here. This is a bit confusing to me, but things just don't add up.
It will when we find out. Or at least I hope so. But
Yeah.
and we'll do what we can, Neri. I'm sure none of us have forgotten.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So who's going where? Yeah, so Elvorn and Demetrius are staying in the Crow's Call Tavern. Durant, Neredian, what are you doing?
Mary is going with Eira.
Okay.
I'll stay here.
Okay. So, Era, go ahead and make an insight check.
I don't want to get bullied for a whole afternoon.
11.
11. Not many people are keen on random conversation. As you go and move around the city, you notice that it is more populated than you had originally seen coming in. There are people even forming crowds in some places, but there's still that tentative, sort of dread, tense atmosphere about them, and not many are willing to engage in prolonged conversations with you. But from what you do get from sort of like walking, passing by conversations, people not really giving you full answers, it lines up with what you've heard so far. For the most part, nobody has as much information as the priest at the temple had, but it seems like what the barkeep had told you lines up with what these people have experienced as well.
Hmm. Okay. I would like to go see the temple, I guess, again.
Okay. So after walking around, this is going to take a couple hours just walking through the city. But you get back to the temple, and it's there. It's about 2 stories tall, and it is currently locked up. But as you're walking through the city, it's unnerving at first to see, instead of these imperial guards, it almost looks like these plague doctors are the ones that are patrolling the streets, and nobody else seems to pay much mind to them, almost as if they're a natural fixture of the city. They've gotten used to it. You haven't, and it's a little bit unnerving. And as you and Netadian, you walk around, there's almost this feeling that you're being watched, and you're like having to look over your shoulder, and sometimes you can see walking, like not even looking at you but walking away, or just kind of um, just walking the streets is one of those. Sometimes there's nobody at all, but they seem to just be just watching. On your way back to the temple, trying to find your way back, you actually do pass by. Not too far away from the temple is where the graveyard is. Maybe about 5-10 minute walk away. It is this large area with a stone wall, maybe about 7-8 feet high, that completely surrounds the entire thing, and an iron gate near the front near the entrance of it, which does have a few plague doctors that are standing there keeping watch over it.
Is there would it be like unnatural to sit nearby, or is there like a place I can sit and just not watch them, but like pretend I'm doing something else, like writing?
You're a little bit away, maybe 50 to 60 feet away, is like a set of buildings that lead to an alleyway. There's no like benches set up.
At least then I would like to stick around and just stand and write. But I guess if I catch anybody entering, is there like a pattern to people entering? Like do they talk before they go in? Do they make certain gestures, or is it just they
How long
wear
are you staying there?
um I don't know. I have a lot of notes to write. And a lot about Demetrius, bartender. I'll write slowly. Let's say that.
Okay, how long are you staying there?
Fuck. Uh, 5 minutes for now.
Okay, 5 minutes. Nobody comes in or out. They're standing there. They both are holding like a walking stick staff type thing that it seems they're not leaning on. They're just holding it out to the side.
Cool. Okay. I'm just gonna approach.
Okay.
The Valner is just following.
Okay. You approach them, and once you get within like 10, 15 feet, one of them speaks up. Please stay back.
Why?
The graveyard is not safe. Please stay back.
Why?
I mean, the plague is everywhere, isn't it? So why? I mean, why is that graveyard more dangerous than the city?
The graveyard is not safe.
Apologies. My friend and I, we're just trying to do our part. We're actually journalists looking to make others aware of the situation that's going on in Worthy. Any input you may want to give?
There's a
I do
the
apologize.
head. And a slight look towards the other play doctor, who at this point is still kind of looking straight ahead, but the mask, the empty eyes are fixed down at you as the head slightly turns to meet your direction. For your safety, please stay back. We are here to ensure the safety of the people of Worthy. The graveyard is not a safe place.
Does that mean you'll stop me if I try to go past you?
Nedadian, make a perception check.
No! God, why? Oh, hey, 17.
17.
Maybe I see something.
You do. As you're not sure how. And for the most part, as you had been walking around with Era and noticing things as she tries to talk to people, you notice that, there are plague doctors every so often, but sometimes you would walk through and you would miss one or miss two, like oddly enough, like you weren't even paying attention, but then you get that strange being watched feeling, and you look back and you can see one, and they're not watching you, but they're just on their way. And it seems like you missed a few again, as now you get this feeling, but it's more present as you can turn and you can see that from behind you and from down the road that leads to the temple, as the temple's not too far away. There are 2 plague doctors walking from behind you and 2 from down that road towards you. Well, all I can ask is that you stay out of the graveyard. It is not safe. And Era, at this point, you can see that other than these 2 here, there are 2 more walking from the side, and then you kind of do more looks around, and you can see 2 heading from behind you. And they get fairly close to you and Nedadian, maybe coming within about 10 feet or so, and they actually slow the pace of their walk as they pass by, but other than that, they just continue on their way as if there's no idea of what's going on here.
Mary's hand is still kind of instinctively going on incendiary edge. Just kind of
Okay.
like, I'm really feeling uncomfortable at the moment. Maybe we should just back off.
It's okay. I kind of got the answer I wanted, but and then I'm gonna to the 2 guarding, and thank you for what you do. I didn't mean to overstep boundaries, but um, if you would like to share anything at some point, would be appreciated. But I'll take my leave for now.
There's just the slightest of the nod. It is for your safety. Thank you for understanding.
I'm just gonna squint my eyes at them and just turn away then.
No change in the posture, or obviously not the expression.
Guys are the British guards. Don't move.
Alright, so walking back, you recognize where you are now, Era and Netadian. You're in front of the Temple to the Raven Queen, but the doors are closed and seem to be chained, locked from the inside.
Oh. Is there anyone that we noticed that's around us?
Mm-mm. From this,
Hmm.
you gather that as you saw the priest taking offerings and giving words of help to those that came by, the temple doesn't have people come in and out anymore since this plague took.
What about windows?
There are windows.
Are they open, boarded, shut? No, not. Well, I imagine not the temple. But
There are windows that if you walk up to the doors and go and you can see into the temple, they do have shutters on the inside, but they're not. You can still kind of maybe peer through and see something.
plaster my face right on that window.
Make a perception check.
Shit.
Hey, why are you doing that? We could just go in. I think. I hope.
Like going in, like you guys walk up and you kind of like test the door, and that's how you notice that the door's chain is locked, and there's like the sound of a chain from the inside that keeps it locked. You guys just kind of slightly
Oh,
tug
from
on
the
it.
inside. Interesting. 16.
Fun.
16 perception.
Yep.
Okay. Looking in, you can see it is dimly lit. There are candles that are lit. It is a nice looking space. You have to kind of constantly be like moving, and there you see as Era is just like all over the window, right up on the window. You can see a few figures, a few humanoid figures in robes. You also can see one, and it's very far back, but you can see one that seems to have like the profile, the silhouette of that bird-beaked visage that you had seen earlier. And they seem to be having a conversation, and they're standing in front of a place that where the ground seems to dip lower, almost like a large pool of some sort. But you don't see any liquid, as it's kind of far away, and you don't have much of a view. So it does seem like there are people in there.
Could I
Obviously.
just
Hmm?
detect magic? Use detect magic?
Detect magic?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, detect magic I
Nice.
believe has a 30-foot range,
Yeah.
so that wouldn't pick up anything.
Even
You
if I
wanna
like
move
press
to-
myself against the window, like really?
Even if you
Okay.
press yourself that extra millimeter against the window, no.
You wanna go to another window?
Yes. That's a good idea.
What
Okay.
did you even see over there?
Bunch of well, we saw the one that we saw earlier, and then a bunch of others around. Is it circle?
Hmm.
I don't really know what they're doing though. I'm gonna, I guess, take a step back and then look at. Well, look around first. Is there anyone else or anything around us?
Looking around, a couple people walking through, and some of them look to you as you obviously don't belong, but they're not stopping their stuff. They're just looking curiously at like, what are you guys doing, basically, rather than the odd passerby. No. So, are you moving from one window past the door to another window?
Yeah.
Okay. You do that, and as you go and press your face against the window and peer in again, right there is a human woman's face staring you right back in the eye. Dark haired,
I'm gonna.
stern faced, kind of this almost furrowed brow, like a mix between curious and almost like stern parent catching a child doing something they know they shouldn't be doing.
I most definitely get caught by surprise as well, and stagger, I guess, away from the winkle window.
What?
Uh,
What?
The winkle.
No, it's okay.
Era is shook right now.
What happened?
I'm gonna point at the door and then look at the woman.
Woman? I guess I'll look.
There was someone. Yeah, there was someone. Oh, we got caught.
So now you look, and instead of like leaning in to match your gaze, now there is a woman dressed in dark robes, with her hair tied back. It's dark brown or black, hard to see for you, but she's there, and she's just kind of looking down towards you, Neredion, where you are now looking in. And there's this just hard look that she gives you.
I'll back off a bit too. Ew.
Okay.
Mm.
And as you're beginning to back off, you can see her turn and walk further, like back deeper into the temple.
Is no one allowed in the temple then? Well, I mean, it goes without saying after what we just experienced, but
I mean, yeah, the door is weirdly locked too, but I mean, it's a temple. I mean, you should be allowed to get in there? Like, it's weird.
I'm gonna use the bracelet and communicate with from beyond the
On
rift.
that note, hold that thought. Demetrius, make a perception check, please. As Durand and Elavorn, they get a table sitting together, and you're just kind of making your way around the tavern, playing your flute and listening in on any errant conversation.
21.
21. As the minutes pass, this music that Demetrius is playing seems to put people in a calmer, less tense mood, and as such, you can hear the conversation volumes begin to get more comfortable. The voices are less tight, and more people begin to just casually sort of speak. It almost feels like a normal tavern after about 10 or so minutes. Listening in to some conversations, there aren't that many people here that are in groups. There are maybe 3 tables that have more than one person at them, and you kind of linger at those longer than others. You can hear there's a group of there's a couple of men that are sitting talking to each other. They seem middle-aged, balding, human. It's like, yeah, it's been rough since plague took my brother, but you know, me, it's fortunately has not taken hold of the wife and kids yet. How's your family doing? My screen. You can't know this. I'm naked without my screen.
The truth is revealed.
The truth is revealed.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna analyze every pixel of that frame.
Yeah, good luck.
And soon that will fall too.
All right. Yeah, the family is all right. The mother gave us a scare, a couple of weeks back, but she seems to have be doing just fine now. Yeah, I mean, so sorry about your brother. He was a good man. If you want, I come over. We'll light a candle or two for him. Yes, I think he would have liked that if only he he made it just a little longer to find out about it. And they continue on and they share a drink, but after a moment or two, you can see a glance in your direction, and you take that as your cue to not linger anymore and just to move on as naturally as you can. going to other tables, conversations, you can hear similar things, similar people worried about the plague, what it means for them, for their families. You overhear talk of somebody who has since lost their job due to the plague and the nature of his work, and he's just been struggling, and it's been rough. It's been rough, but thankfully the uh Logain, the Sanviniques, they seem to care, and it's been because of their trips down and their charity that I've been able to keep food on the table for my family. So I mean, I'm trying to find something else, and I don't want to wish any misfortune on anyone else, but I'm just saying, if once an opportunity opens up, I'm going to try to take it. And then someone's like, of course, you have to think about you and yours first. It's fine. You think about them first, and everyone else comes next, right? Yeah. And that's the general gist of the conversation. Duran, Delavon, you notice the air in the tavern the mood begins to lighten a bit, kind of kick-started by Demetrius's music, and then seemingly as people remembered what it was like to not be too worried, that kind of snowballed into a more tavern-esque atmosphere.
I kind of want to just pull out my bagpipes and amp up the performance.
Okay.
Like, just get everybody loosey-goosey, you know what I mean?
Gotcha. So now, conversations being had are required to be at a higher volume. Nobody objects, however. You can even see some people like tapping their hands or feet to the music as well.
But how much money has he made?
He's not like staying in one place. People aren't just pelting him with coin.
I play for drink, sir.
And you do get a couple. You do get a nice couple of drinks as you like make the rounds, and the bartender occasionally beckons over to you and is like, "Here's another one." And it seems like the bartender himself, he's also offering you drinks. He's like, you keep people here, you keep them eating, drinking, there you go. Yes, you stick around. I like you.
Yeah, the opposite of the relationship. The bartender is the one saying, "Here, have another."
Yeah, of course.
Keep them coming.
Keep them coming. All right, so Delan Delavon, you're sitting at the table. You are watching as all of this transpires.
Rond and Elevorn have put on their tinfoil hats and.
Uh-huh. All right, so they're just like, they've got a massive paper with like string.
Exactly.
How did they produce those?
I don't know. Prestidigitation.
I don't think that's how it works.
No, it's not.
It's a tiny, massive paper with itty little tiny
Tiny,
strings
massive.
because it fits in my hand.
Oh yeah, then it works.
A tiny, massive paper. All right. Anything, Deron Delavon?
I think that Elevorn would take this time to just, be telling Durand everything that, since it's louder now, she can speak a little more freely. So
Mhm.
she'll just be like telling him about all the stuff the priest said, like how everybody's kind of gloomy and how he was talking about the Raven Queen at first, and, just going over all of it.
Okay. So Deron Delavon just goes over everything that she heard, everything that she thinks from her interactions at the temple, and all of that good stuff.
And also, I did want to go to the graveyard, but he doesn't have a bracelet, and if something happened, then, we wouldn't know. So.
And
Understandable, yeah. One person probably stick with him, at least.
And speaking of, you guys hear Era's voice in your head telepathically through the bracelet as
As
Era says,
as Era did not write down what she was going to say and has forgotten.
"Oh no, she forgot. I told you to hold that thought. You didn't hold it."
Like a balloon.
That shit
I know
gone
that.
for-
No, okay, but I do
Go.
remember this. I know it was at Demetrius, so for some reason, like out of habit, I was just going to assume I can hit the button to talk to Demetrius. So I'll be
Nope.
like, Demetrius. Yeah,
Nope.
precisely.
Like literally the one limitation of those items.
He's not
Oh,
here to make
Indeed.
a call right now.
Well, you're with him, right?
I can take yes, technically.
Well, this would apply to both of you guys. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. But aside from that,
I'm calling to
They
remind you
don't
about
seem
your car's
to-
extended warranty.
What?
Calling to remind
they
you
don't
about
seem
your
to
car's
let
extended-
Yes, precisely.
Go ahead.
They don't seem to let anybody into the temple. And we've confirmed that we can't go into the graveyard. It was just an overall weird vibe. As I'm talking into the bracelet, I'm gonna be taking a couple of steps away from the temple, but like just looking at the window at the same
I
time.
didn't
Like,
assume that you were just standing there. Still.
well, yeah, I know, yeah, you know.
Okay.
I'll chime in on that, and yeah, we were trying to ask that why the graveyard is dangerous. I mean, the whole city is in plague, so why is the graveyard more dangerous? And they were like, yeah, it's dangerous, you can't go in, and that's just weird. Like, no, not even, they didn't even try to lie or anything. They were just like, you can't go in. And yeah, that there's something fishy in the temple too.
Well, we were at the temple earlier, and he said, because of the plague, people can't go in. So,
I don't know, there still seems to be something weird.
It's just, if it's affecting everywhere, like Neri said, then it shouldn't matter. We've seen crowded areas and we've seen people come and go and act. Well, this has become, a part of their day-to-day lives. It's just, it didn't sit right with us.
I don't think it's even a sickness, I say quietly into the bracelet. But, yeah, we should probably meet up and try to get the plan of everything.
Yeah, should we meet there or do you want to meet somewhere else?
Is Demetrius sick yet?
Demetrius, make a constitution check.
There we go.
22.
Okay, you're fine. No, Demetrius does not appear sick.
Warming for hours and has not let up.
Well,
I think
Duran,
he's
do you
fine.
have 2 legs?
What?
Oh, I thought you were annoyed by it. Never mind. Disregard. Regardless, we'll meet you back at the tavern, I guess.
Okay, so Netadion Era, you make your way back to the tavern, a path that you know from the temple here to the Crow's Call. You enter to the boisterous bagpipe music of Demetrius. You spot the table where Durand and Elevorn are sitting, and 5 of you reconvene. And we will reconvene after a break.
Yeah.
Blake.
Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. So welcome back, everybody. So you guys have reconvened within the Crow's Call Tavern. Demetrius still blowing and squeezing away at his bagpipes. Neredian Era, you find your way over to the table that Durand and Elavorn are sitting at. After all of this, you guys have spent a couple or a few hours either exploring the town or sitting here in this tavern as Demetrius has attempted to gather information through his bardic ways. So at this point, it is about mid-afternoon, maybe 3 or 4 p.m. The rest of the day is yours.
So it seems like, I mean, it'd be better if Demetrius was over here. But I guess, under the cover of his music, we could talk.
It seems so. That thing that is playing is making really loud noises.
Yeah, it is loud, but it's not entirely unpleasant.
Yeah, it's not unpleasant, it's just loud, but it, like you said, it's good for covering our talks.
So we have two choices. We can either, confront whatever is going on here head on, with I don't know, making people mad by doing whatever we want to do, or we can just sneakily do whatever we want to do.
Yeah.
I could disguise myself as one of the plague and see if they can, well, the plague doctors or the whatever you want to call them, and see if I can get into the graveyard. A bit risky, but if there's not much other information to go off on.
How tall was the wall that was covering the graveyard?
About 7-8 feet.
I could possibly climb the wall. So then there would be two of us inside the graveyard at least. If you can manage to disguise yourself and get in that way, but
Could also polymorph one of you to a small critter. No, the ideas, I guess.
see that would, well, there's round, and if Demetrius is gonna follow us, then two people would possibly need to be polymorphed.
Well, we're just gonna do a look around. Not everyone needs to go.
True, true.
So, what were you told about going into the, or did they not even talk to you, or what happened?
Well,
No, you go next.
yeah. The only thing they were basically saying that the graveyard is dangerous and they aren't gonna let anybody in. And even though I was like saying that isn't the whole city under the plague and everything, and it's not that, I mean, it's a graveyard, it shouldn't be that more dangerous than the rest of the city. And they only responded that the graveyard is dangerous, and it's like they didn't give a good answer.
it was for our safety, is what they said.
Yeah,
But they
that
just
too.
kept saying it. Yeah, it was weird.
I mean, you would expect them to say something else when you tell them that isn't, when you ask them that isn't the whole city unsafe, and why is the graveyard supposedly more dangerous?
Okay, so here's the thought. When we were in Crestwood, there were, you know, alive dead things. Dead, dead alive
Yeah,
things.
those things.
And then outside Ambervale too. Maybe it's not really. Maybe it's not a. Maybe it's that. So that would make the graveyard more dangerous.
I mean, it'd be weird if they would, I mean, are they killing them again?
Since I can't hear it, can I focus in on the group talking?
Sure.
And Demetrius did do that thing that did that. That you. That, I don't. So maybe he would know about that. I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe.
what again?
He made a dead thing like
Oh,
alive.
right.
So like if that is the problem, the dead things are alive. Uh, maybe he might know something about it. I mean,
Yeah. At least something. He would know at least something. Even...
I'm not sure that alive is the right word, but you know it. I mean, I think.
I do, at least.
You're quiet, Durant. What do you think?
You do have a paladin.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Paladins do have undead stuff too.
Whoa, dude.
Talking about.
What are you trying
Hello,
to say?
brother.
What are you trying to say about my undead stuff? I kill undead, okay?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You still know about undead things.
I know about undead?
Well, yeah. I mean, didn't the order tell you stuff about? I mean, we fought a lot of. You were up and close personal with a lot of dead alive things in that cavern, whatever tomb.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say I'm an excellent, massive expert of it.
You got a sense.
I know
for
of them. Yes.
So, I mean, do you think maybe that is why we can't go to where we were thinking about going? Because the dead are, about?
Well,
Up and about?
possible. We would have to get a teensy bit closer, probably under nighttime, but...
Wait, didn't the guy say that that's when they go there? With people? Is it nighttime? But I mean, yeah, the cover of dark is better, right?
It always is, yes.
I'm still a bit curious about the boarded up buildings of the people that used to live in.
I mean, we can go into one or two of those, I guess, also.
Okay, so what do the boards do? Because I mean, they aren't like neatly sealing it all up. It's like just some boards, right?
Well, you guys never really got close enough to examine anything.
Okay, well, let's see how tightly this stuff is all boarded up. And then my question will be answered.
So you guys are leaving the tavern?
I'll stop playing and follow.
Okay. There's a joint like "Aww" as you leave, but nice little appreciative ovation for you.
Once we're outside, I'm going to turn to Demetrius and go, "Love you. They really love you."
All right. So, where are you guys heading?
Oh, do you have any thoughts? I mean, were you listening? I'm going to look at Demetrius.
The graveyard may provide some answers.
I agree. I'm more interested in the graveyards, but it wouldn't be too bad to maybe look at or at least one of the boarded up places.
Yeah, I'm sure we could find one on our way to the graveyard.
I
will
would.
say in my time playing, I did not overhear anything of anything worthwhile. So wherever you guys go, I will follow.
This place just gives me the heebie-jeebies. It always does feel like we're being watched, or mm,
Yeah, especially
just
by those plague doctors.
yeah. I guess it could just be that throwing me off, but just be more attentive, more than normal, anyways.
Now that Aaron mentions it, you all do, as you walk away from the tavern, get this feeling of being watched. Looking around, you do see people still going about their day. Not enough on this area for this block, at least as far as you can see, you don't see any of the plague doctors, but you still have that feeling.
I want to use Find Familiar and throw Eva sort of up into the sky, kind of as a small lookout.
Okay. So the clattering of hollow bones comes together to form the skeletal hawk again. The tiny beast flies up into the sky. And just begins to patrol high enough that its actual skeletal visage isn't readily apparent by anybody that sees the creature.
All right, if we're outside and around these weirdos, I suppose I'll use divine sense.
Okay, so as you guys are walking, I guess you're trying to find one of these boarded up houses.
Yeah.
Okay, as you're walking, you do pass by, on the other side of the road, maybe about 20, 30 feet away from you, is one of these plague doctors that is walking just slowly, methodically, purposefully down the street, not really hesitating or moving for anybody, but you kind of look over and focus on your pendant and your divine abilities, and nothing. Nothing within 60 feet of you triggers your divine sense.
Okay.
Nor my well, my detect magic would only have been for 10 minutes, so I imagine at
that's
this
gone
point
by
it's gone. Okay.
But continuing on, you walk a bit off of the main road towards the area of the residential area where the buildings are smaller and more densely packed, pushed right up against each other. Alleyways are hard to find in this area, and you start to see houses and buildings that are boarded up, the doors and windows. And upon
Question.
hmm?
Aside from people, what about animals or critters or pets or birds, stuff like that?
Make a perception check.
19?
19. You do see a couple birds, a few stray dogs that seem that are laying out. Not much in the way of like other little critters, but there are few animals. Not anything alarming though.
Hmm.
So approaching one of these houses that is boarded up, you can see that there are people around that are just sitting outside of their houses or talking with another and looking to you. You do see a couple plague doctors as well. But as you approach this house, you can see not only is it boarded up, but the crevices seem to be filled with some sort of mucky substance. And you can see in the substance like herbs and other maybe medicinal ingredients that have been made into this paste that has been slathered in the any sort of openings or creases or crevices in the doorway and windows. As you're getting a closer look, a voice. Please step away. It's not safe in there. You just turn to see that suddenly, like, within 15 feet of you is a plague doctor.
Is it because of this? What was this? I'm pointing at the paste thing.
It is to seal in whatever may have remained of the plague. It is not safe in there. That is a residence of a known carrier. For your safety, please step away.
Oh, speaking of safety, I was wondering, you know, if there's like anything we should look out for, like symptoms or something, like what ails people, so that we could keep an eye on each other, you know.
The safest thing that you can do is to avoid places which are off limits, which are known to have held the plague, and to follow the curfew laws of the city.
Oh, what are they?
Residents are expected to be within their place of residence after sundown.
Do you think you could direct me to an inn?
There are a few. Further in the city, there is a place called the Good Spirits Inn and Tavern. Sorry, Goodly Spirits Inn and Tavern. I will have to ask again to please step away from the residence.
And that I will move.
So there's nothing to keep an eye out for?
We are investigating the plague and the symptoms and causes to the best of our ability. As soon as we know, we will let you know.
Okay, thank you.
And he just stands there and waits to see you step away and go about your way before continuing on his path. Duen, how long does Divine Sense last?
It lasts. It doesn't say.
Oh.
It seems like it's an immediate thing.
Okay, so are you using it again or no? You have 1 plus your intelligence modifier to use it.
Yeah, I suppose I should have saved it for this building or when we were near the graveyard to try to detect something. Yeah, I'll use it again for here.
Okay. Again, nothing.
Okay. The next one is for the graveyard if we visit it.
Okay. So it does seem like you guys have maybe an hour, hour and a half until sundown.
I'm curious about the graveyard.
Well, we are all are, I think.
That one might be better to wait for later if we actually are intending to go. I won't be able to sense anything from too far out.
Should we just head for the inn and get some rooms at least?
Yeah, act like we're being, like we're following the rules here.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys head towards the Goodly Spirits Inn and Tavern, you do see that there is a bit of a trail that people are following. Normal citizens, common folk, seem to be heading in a specific direction.
Oh, I'm going to stop one and ask where they're going.
Oh, you stop a young, maybe early 30s woman who's like currently carrying a child and guiding another one by the hand. The San Venix, they are making a pass through. We are hoping to gather some of their goodwill.
I'm sorry. Who?
She looks at you very strangely.
Yeah, I'll lean into her and be like the lord and the lady of the area.
I'm so sorry. I'm just a little bit deaf in this ear. It's just I misheard you, but makes sense. Thanks, Durand.
She gets
Mhm.
and kind of tugs on the arm of the child who's just like kind of staring up at Durand and Era, and then over at Demetrius, and just like wide-eyed as, come on, drawn away.
Want to go see them first, or still head for the inn?
Let's go see them.
Yeah, at least we would know whom to look if we need to talk to them or something.
While we're walking, I'll just, follow them or whatever. But, I was wondering if Elborn would notice if, like, everybody's human or something here.
If what?
Everybody is, like, a human or,
Everybody is a heathen?
Human!
Heathen.
Oh,
A
human.
human!
Mostly
They're all
human.
heathens.
You do spot some of the other races, mostly human. You spot some dwarves, a couple half elves. You don't see anything in the way of tiefling or dragonborn, though. The very rare half orc or two. A couple of the smaller races, gnomes, halflings, but mostly human. No elves, as far as you can tell.
So I'll just kind of casually mention to Theron what I've noticed.
Okay.
Just a lot of humans here, mostly.
Well, I think that's normal. I didn't see many of my kind further south. I'd figure there'd be even less further north. I think.
Well, maybe, but like in Bethlehem, there were quite a well, I guess there's quite a few. Okay, maybe that makes sense. I don't know.
Well, definitely something to keep in mind. That is still a bit strange.
Well, it was just a little kid, which made me curious, so I looked around a little bit closer, you know.
So, you guys have followed the crowd, and you can see that as you approach the main road, there are many plague doctors, over a dozen, that are kind of guiding people to the sides of the roads, keeping the people off of the streets. And you see that people have been kind of crowded into the sides of the road where they're kind of looking down the way towards the north end of the road where that's where you would expect the Lord and Lady to be making their approach from. And these plague doctors seem to be going ahead and just clearing the path out for their approach. So it is a fairly, I said, the clouds seem to have been fairly constant throughout the day, and as the sun begins its descent, it's very much obfuscated by the clouds, and even this light fog begins to take the city itself, which for the rest of the area that you've been traveling through isn't necessarily strange by any means. But the plague doctors, they keep their positions as they line the entirety of the streets. You can see dozens of them. And then down the road, you begin to see even more that are walking in sort of a keeping basically a barrier between them and this horse-drawn cart that seems to have many very small bags and satchel kind of things, like tiny sacks on it. And walking next to the horses at the front, there is a man and a woman. The man seems maybe in his late 40s to early 50s, with long black and gray hair that falls to his shoulders, a strong jawed face with sort of deep set brown eyes. He's wearing fairly nice clothing. They're both wearing similarly nice clothing, not over the top opulent like you would see many nobles, but definitely better dressed than anybody else standing around here. Deep purples and grays for their attire, and standing next to him is a woman who seems maybe late 30s, but still beautiful. Long, dark hair, and just kind of carrying and waving and walking up to the edge of where the plague doctors are, not getting too close to the masses, but she does stop occasionally and talk with people, and she's carrying a parasol over her right shoulder. You can see she does seem to take interest in like what the people are saying, and she motions occasionally to some of the plague doctors, who then go and take small bag off of the cart, and you notice that this may be small bags of coin, and they begin to distribute them to the people. The faint sound of the horses' hooves on the cobblestone streets follow you, as you can see many of the people around you and down the road are clamoring out for assistance from the Sanvaniques. as they get closer, you can see, you can begin to hear what you guys have learned thus far to be, and assume is Logain Sanvanique, the middle-aged man who, despite the appearance of age on his face, stands strong with a almost looks kind of like a warrior's build. This guy has either kept himself physically fit or has had to by means of combat. He seems like somebody who has fought, Duran. That's the impression that you get. And as he's walking, he is talking and addressing. I do apologize that this is a continued necessity, but as it was said at the beginning, we will not abandon you. We will see this through to the end. For the better of all of us, hopefully. But as we go through, just know that you are not alone, that we are here for you, and we will do our best to keep your families fed, to keep you comfortable. We will get through this. We will. And he instructs some of the plague doctors who go, and they obediently grab some of the small bags of coin and hand them out to people individually who graciously accept. Demetrius, make a perception check.
$16.
16. After you're watching, as they have not yet fully approached you, they're still maybe 45, 50 feet down the road. And as the Lord Sanvanique is addressing the masses, and Lady Sanvanique seems to be talking individually with people on a smaller scale, you can see that behind them, while most of the focus is on the cart and on these two, and you even have found yourself sort of transfixed in these individuals, curious about them, but your gaze drifts to behind them, where you see a familiar man, and you're not sure why he's familiar until you recognize him from the tavern. It's the man that had lost his brother to the plague. And he's going to others behind, and you can see he's passing something to them. He's passing out small candles and lighting them, and eventually you can see that rows of people behind where the Sanvaniques are walking eventually each have a candle in hand, and creates this sort of almost like runway like lighting effect on one side.
Can I push through the wall of plague doctors and just start playing and sort of play and trail back until I get even with the man that lost his brother?
Well, to push through the wall of plague doctors, you would have to go into the street. Just trying to walk there would be just going through the crowd. If you try to go through the plague doctors, they're going to try to stop you.
I'll give it a chance.
Okay, so you're just trying to
Bold
force your
man.
way through. You guys see Demetrius making his way to the street, and you come, in plague doctor, as you kind of make your way out. Hold it there. You just ignoring him, or?
Charm person.
Bold. I like this.
I mean, Neri isn't gonna stop him. It's just like, what is he doing?
Yeah, I'm none the wiser.
Okay. So you try to charm person. What's your spell save DC?
17.
Okay. Make an athletics check for me, please. As you cast the spell, and you're not sure whether or not it has affected you, but as he reaches out, there's a pause. You can't see the face, you can't see any of his reactions to this, but you cast the spell,
8.
and by the grip, the firm grip that he holds on your arm, feel like the spell might have failed. He pulls you out of the crowd, sort of a little bit ways into the street, and you guys watch as Demetrius is yanked into the street, slung, and then pinned to the ground. Demetrius, your face is scraped up against the cobblestone as you are pinned, a knee in your back, by this plague doctor, and almost instantly 3-4 more are around you.
I'm just gonna look at everyone and should we help him or something? I mean,
Alpha's gonna run out.
He
into the
tried.
street, like behind them.
You can
and then
hear,
just
like,
stop.
what is going on? He tried to break through. I told him to stop, and then he attempted to use magic on me. Then you can see, Demetrius, you are, like, sort of lifted and being restrained by 3 of these plague doctors. As further down the road, you can see some that are walking around the Sanviniques. Hold on. And you watch as you can see Demetrius is hoisted to his feet, his arms sort of wrenched behind his back and held there by 2 of the plague doctors, as another one fishes for something to restrain him with. Elavon, you make your way to the front there, as anyone who notices, not even seemingly phased by this, just stoic expression, maybe a little bit of furrow to the brow. Logain Sanvinique is just watching, maybe from about 40-45 feet away, as the cart stops, and as it does, you guys have become the center of attention.
Can I assure them I know no sort of magic?
Make a deception check with disadvantage.
$18.
18. The one who you had attempted, some of them look towards the one that you had attempted to charm. The ones, I know what I felt. I know what he did. There's no mistaking it. Let's take him to the stockade, figure out what his intent is.
Wait. Hold. He's a bard. He simply just wanted to play music. So we wanted to capture the attention of everybody. He was doing this earlier at the bar. And that's where he was. There was nothing else to it. I think this is a bit of an over-exaggeration, no? We just wanted to bring some lively music back to these people.
Well, then why would he attempt to take control of my will?
I don't know about that, but like my friend over here said that he's a bard and he sometimes gets really excited and when he wants to entertain people.
Just walking up towards you at a casual pace is the parasol holding Lady Sanvinique, and for a solid 5, 6, 10 seconds, it's just quiet as she makes her approach. Seems to be the problem. The situation is explained. Well, she looks to you, Demetrius, who's still being held there, to Elavorn, Neredian, Era, and Durand. You are unlike the others here. You do not seem in need of aid. You do not clamor for our attention or our gold. I noticed you even from some ways down the road. Please, let him go. And the plague doctors release their grip but stay surrounding you. I hope you understand the sensitivity of the situation we have here in Worthy. There is an expectation on us, looking like motioning to herself and her husband, to do what we can and guide the city towards its healing. An expectation on these gentlemen and gentlewomen here, motioning to the many plague doctors, to do their job in attempts to find the source of this plague. And an expectation and responsibility on every individual. We cannot have people endangering that. She looks to you, Demetrius. Do you understand?
Yes, my lady. But music, it does wonders for the soul.
Music, yes. I'm sure that your music will carry from the sides of the road, no?
Perhaps, but to reach everybody, you need to be in the center.
Well, that is true for more than one reason. Please, do not cause trouble for this people of Worthy or the doctors here who wish to bring healing. You are obviously outsiders, obviously not ones to maybe think before acting, especially to so brazenly attempt to use magic such as that, and please do not attempt to lie again. This is your one warning. Take it seriously.
Apologies, milady, and I bow.
Accept it. And she gives you a little bit more. There's no need to make any more scene.
You,
We already
Uh,
have.
yeah,
Sorry?
there, it went back.
What?
You were
we
kind
couldn't
of
hear
like
for like.
muffled and everything, and but now you're back, and now you sound fine.
So wait, did you not hear anything, or?
No, just like 3-4 seconds.
Okay. She... I forgot what I said 3 or 4 seconds ago.
Understandable.
It was fine, right? Until Neri said something. You were fine. So it was like, we heard that this is your one warning, take it seriously. You know,
Okay.
all that. So.
Okay. There is no need to make any further scene than that which has been made. We are here to help. And that is it. Our friend here now understands the error of his actions, and I'm sure he will not be causing us any more problems. Then the 4 plague doctors who had surrounded you give a unified, "Yes, milady," and they head back to their places, but kind of closer to where you guys are, a bit like focused in that area. And she turns her back to you and gives a nod to the rest and the other plague doctors that are surrounding this horse-drawn cart, and Logain and Sanvanik continue on, and the proceedings continue as they were before. As they get to you, Logain is just staring towards each individual one of you. His posture still very much upright, just walking straight, but his gaze is very much felt on each of you.
I don't know. I don't know at what point, but can I do like an insight check?
What are you trying to discern?
How truthful they are? I mean, we're all sitting here wondering whether they're actually telling the truth about an actual plague. So
Make an insight check.
they're sitting here saying that they're trying to help their people. I wonder how much weight there is to those actual words. 18 total.
18 total. You get a feeling of earnesty to her words. And listening to him, you get the same feeling. You can't be sure how much of what they're saying is truth, how much is hidden for either good or malicious reasoning. You don't know whether or not maybe they're not telling the whole truth to protect the people, to prevent panic, whether they're not telling the whole truth because they honestly don't want to tell them. You can't be sure. But as far as the words that they are saying, there is an air of earnesty to it. And whatever it is that they are saying, whatever it is they think, you feel like they're convicted in that. Even
Okay.
the words that Lady Sanvanique had spoken to Demetrius.
Whoa. What the? What the heck?
They pass by, and you can even see some of the ones who had already gotten their little bit of handout have dispersed back into the city. Some stick around. You can see that there are some that begin to even fall in behind the plague doctors and fill in and just sort of follow for a little while. You can see that many of them who are holding these still burning candles follow along. But the Sanvaniques do pass you by. What are you guys doing?
Still, that's.
I'm gonna sit quietly and listen.
Mary definitely wants to move away from the crowd. At least, if.
Demetrius, your actions, you have to be careful. Are you at the very least okay?
Bow my head some more. Yes, I'm fine.
Just make sure that we're more cautious now and not do anything to put ourselves out there. But we should probably move away from here and figure out where we can rest, quote unquote, rest.
Okay. So as people begin to fall out and the plague doctors themselves begin to allow people back into the streets as the Sanvaniques have passed, they speak to the crowd. One speaks up as a reminder, of course, to everyone. Sundown is soon approaching. Please find your way back to your homes or places of rest. And have a good evening. See, many people do take that instruction and begin to head in various directions. The crowd begins to disperse. Where are you guys going?
Well, shall we find the inn?
Yeah, somewhere we can lay quiet and low for a bit.
Okay.
Hopefully they won't be patrolling way too much after dark.
I might even argue we should probably skip that for the evening.
Why?
Well, after that show.
Maybe, but at the same time, I'm confident on my skills of staying hidden.
Yeah, you are. Duranda's going to jiggle left and right in place.
Yeah, you're different. Yeah.
And I would probably also need to go in there with you as well to see if there's anything suspicious.
We have eyes of our own. We don't need everyone to go if we need to be discreet.
You do not have a sense for the undead? Or the strange, I guess. The otherworldly, I guess is how I should put it.
I mean, thanks to Demetrius, I've seen Living Dead, so I think I would be able to recognize one.
Yes, I guess. Under those circumstances. Well, I suppose you guys can go if you're very confident, but I wouldn't like to be too far off.
Well, still, first, let's just find inn, get the rooms, and still think about it at least a little bit.
Okay. So you guys make your way further down the road in the direction of the Goodly Spirits Inn and Tavern. You get there, it's smaller as far as space taken up by than the Crow's Call, but it is a 3-story tavern. The bottom, it seems like it's a little bit nicer, or at least was at one point. And you can see that there are a few patrons in here. It seems like many people are finishing up for the evening and about to head home before sundown. The proprietor of this inn and tavern, you can see, is this half-elf man. Seems old, balding, this blonde, gray wisps of hair around the ears. And he introduces himself as Tanner Clovers. Hey, good evening. New faces, new faces.
Evening?
Well, in for one more drink before sundown, eh? Certainly help you with that.
I mean, I guess that works too, but would you happen to have any rooms available?
Plenty, every room. Not many travelers coming through nowadays, huh?
I suppose. At least
Right,
people don't seem to be able to leave.
you're from outside Worthy. Well, I'll be damned. Or you, perhaps all of us be damned, huh?
Hmm.
Something like that.
Well, I won't ask after what misfortune brought you here in the middle of our predicament, but if it's rooms, we certainly have them in spades.
I guess I'll take a look at everybody. and just shoot a number 4 rooms?
Certainly.
Look at.
It's been so long, I've almost forgotten. He goes out and he pulls out. Yeah. Okay. 3 silver a night per room, then. It almost doesn't matter. May as well make some coin, though. Not exactly filling up space here as we used to.
I'll put a gold piece down.
Okay. I would still leave 2 silver to be paid.
I'll pay the 2 silver.
Sure. Alright, thank you. And I suppose take your pick. Do you want something on the 2nd or 3rd floor?
One more thing. Considering that we're new here, what happens if we stay after the time? Or rather, has anyone ever?
I would not know. I have not in my time. It hasn't really even crossed my mind. Besides, it's when this part of this part of the empire, this time of year, it tends to be pretty foggy at night anyway. Not much to do, really. Besides, I'm usually tired. After a day, have to wake up early to open up shop. From what I hear, nasty business. Wouldn't want to be a part of it anyway. That's usually when the doctors make their rounds. They try to get everybody inside to make checks, to make sure to check on people, administer whatever medicines that they have, make sure that nobody has the plague, and if they find somebody, some poor soul that has fallen to it, then that's when they will take the measures to seal off the home or place that they were found and make it safe for the following day.
You said they administer medicine, right? Have you ever seen the type of medicine? Or what
Not
exactly it is
personally,
they...
I've heard of it. They do what they can, not only for the plague, but also your more common known sicknesses. They help people with that as well. As far as the plague, there's no, as far as I know, anything that can curb that. But if they come across a poor soul with a fever or a cough, they will do what they can to assist them. Anyways, he pulls out some keys. Have you set up on the 2nd floor? That is all right.
Yeah, I don't think the room matters too much.
Yeah, the floor doesn't matter. Other rooms too much either, I guess. Right? Drond? Demetrius? Elvon?
I would prefer a window.
So that
Maybe-
guys.
You prefer a window? Well, if they have such an upgrade, you're more than welcome to pay for it.
Hey, all of our rooms are situated such that they would have windows. Don't have any. All of them are along the exterior of the building.
Well, that's nice. Well, guess I would grab one key.
Okay. You guys grab your keys. 4 rooms for the 5 of you. Who's shacking up?
Well, you know who's checking up.
It could be the dudes. The dudes could be checking out.
Come on, Duen, let's go.
And it begins.
Oh, don't piss off Elevord.
No, I'm good with my living arrangements as they have been.
Is Elamorn actually good with it? Hmm.
I won't speak for her.
I'm gonna take a key and go to my room and open the window and let Eva swoop in.
Okay. Eva swoops in, lands on your shoulder, and sort of nuzzles up to you.
Cute, if it weren't so godly unholy.
I guess I'll go into my room and just in case prep for the evening if we decide to do anything.
Okay. Are you guys doing
Um,
anything?
I guess
You
I'll
know,
sketch a little bit until it gets darker.
Just plague doctor sketches?
That and the weird woman in the church and stuff like that.
Okay. You guys notice as the sun sets out of your respective windows, there is a thick fog that sets in over the city. You also can see lights beginning to appear, and down closer to the tavern, almost directly down on one of the streets, you can see one of the plague doctors that's going around, and he's lighting one of these oil lanterns on a pole, sort of like a street light, just adding some light to the evening. Before turning and watching disappearing into the fog.
how thick is this fog?
It's pretty thick. It's reminiscent of how it was outside of the city, just outside of Worthy. Not as thick as like right outside of the walls, but like when you were bedding down and fighting the wolves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Pretty heavy.
That's pretty weird, though.
I'm gonna knock on Neri's door.
I'll get up and open it. Mm. Oh, hi. Are you? Did you want to read more books?
Wait. Yes, but no. Um, did you hear from the others yet? Because if not, well, I'd still like to go.
No, I haven't heard from them yet. I mean, we can try to go and talk to them again, I guess.
Well, yeah. I don't intend to sneak out. Plus, I don't know if sneaking out through the front door is something possible. I guess I'll communicate via the bracelet.
Sure. So everybody except for Demetrius.
Well, yeah, but whatever. That's okay.
He chose this life.
He chose his life.
Yeah. He chose it.
Are you guys still up and are we still going, or is that a no?
I'll knock at the door.
You'll knock at whose door?
There is.
Okay. There's no response.
Fuck.
Dumb.
I'll knock at Neri's door.
Okay.
But here I is standing right outside Neri's door.
Okay,
I was
outside?
supposed to be listening.
Okay,
Yeah, I
fine.
thought we went
Whatever.
inside.
You walk.
I didn't invite her in. I was just wondering. I
Oh
opened
shit,
the door
wow,
and asked,
rude.
Okay, fine.
I'll come out
So,
even
Duran,
better
you
than-
walk out and there's Era in the hallway.
Perfect.
God.
You guys ruined a funny scene. I hope you're happy.
Yeah.
Well, I already mentioned my lack of enthusiasm for going so particularly early after the issues of today, but if you're adamant,
even if we were to postpone a day, what are we going to do in an extra day? I don't think we're really going to get that much information, much more than we did. And
It's not about gathering information, it's about laying low, which is what we should have done the moment that we came in here. We're outsiders in a city of people that are dealing with their own issue, and now that issue seems to be not something, or the idea is up in the air that the issue is not just a natural cause of some sort, which can bring eyes upon us. And has brought eyes upon us.
you can tell Era's getting visibly frustrated. Her brows are more furrowed, like she's just getting not angry, just annoyed, I guess.
Okay. The last time that I did something reckless of this manner, I woke up with a knife in my throat. In an inn.
And another day will go by, and most likely they're going to have another place boarded up, and there's going to be things we're going to miss because we're not going to be attentive tonight. I don't think a day would make a difference, or 2 days, and that just puts us more in danger. Yeah, maybe it's not a sickness, or it's not something that can affect us immediately, but it is affecting someone every day that goes by. And on top of that, we haven't found any other information about, well, the other situation.
I'm not saying I'm against it, at least not entirely. I'm just advising against it. I'll support however I can. If you're confident in your ability and so is Neridion, I'm sure you guys can.
We do have the bracelets, so we can always show the images and stuff like that.
Well, I'm going with you one way or another, but I would prefer some magical assistance of some sort.
I believe I can help with that. Possibly.
Something you guys get creative. You have your means. Then of course it's Demetrius we have to let know, and Elevorn we have to make sure that she's okay with it.
Yeah. I mean, I thought, isn't Elevorn with you in the room? Why didn't she come with you?
She's taking a squirrel nap.
Well, I don't... How long is that gonna take? That 4 hours that she normally does? Because...
I mean, let's go just check on Demetrius, and then we'll bug her afterwards once we're ready.
I suppose.
I'll bug Demetrius. I'll do it. I'll knock on his door. Did I help I know where it is? Or is he also outside?
No, you guys would know where
Just waiting.
your rooms were. You guys walked to them together.
Demetrius is outside of his door the entire time, eavesdropping.
Rude.
I can hear through the door.
Probably.
Okay, so immediately Demetrius here on the door. This pounding.
I'll open the door.
Duran doesn't knock gently.
I can't. I don't know my own strength. Alright, Demetrius. So, they're planning on adding to graveyards? Graveyard? Is that what you want? Or the building?
Yes, the graveyard.
Graveyard. Okay, so they're planning on heading towards the graveyard. What do you think? You wanting to come with us? Or you want to sit this one out?
I agree to follow, and I shall do at my lady's bequest.
I'm just gonna, when he says that, I'm just gonna look at the air and shrug. It's like,
Sure,
But
why
what does that
not?
mean? What lady's bequest?
Your aunt's not a lady.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
I
What lady are you talking about?
lady, fuck, what's her name? God damn it.
Sanvanique?
Oh,
Is that who you're talking about?
yeah,
Michelle
her.
San Binique.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about Esther.
Esther, yeah,
Oh,
Esther.
there you
That
go.
makes more
That-
sense.
Yeah,
Alright,
that makes a lot more sense. Okay,
This new lady.
so everyone seems on board. Elevorn? You guys approaching Elevorn?
Are
Yeah.
we approaching Elwood?
Yeah,
Why
sure.
not? It's just Elevorn.
I mean, if she's napping.
Yeah, nervously knock on the door. Don't want to wake her up from a squirrel nap.
You were just in there.
Squirrel rabies.
You should roll with her.
Alright, I'll regularly knock on the door. I'll do it softly, but it's loud anyways.
Sure.
Why are you gonna knock on a door you have a key to?
True. I mean,
Yeah,
dude, I don't know.
The door's still open. You didn't close it.
I knocked it anyways.
Sure.
Rand is confused.
Then I open it. Then I remember that it's not locked. Oh no.
Opens the door,
Oh no, I already opened the door.
pushes past her on, who opened the door.
I knocked on the door. There was no response, and then I remembered I left the door open. So then I opened the door.
Okay.
And then I go in,
All right.
and then, if she's napping or not, no, I just pick her up, and I take her with me.
Whoa. Rude.
I don't know what to do out of character. She's not responding. I'm trying to stall.
Can I try peer out like a window and see if I see anything else?
He presses her face against another fucking window.
Yeah, just like that.
Look it out. Make a perception check.
Bet.
It's hard to see.
Cast fireball, and you'll see.
Yeah.
True. Giving me idea. Oh my god, natural one. I see
Bart,
nothing.
oh.
You see nothing.
Welcome to my life.
Did you just roll a 17 on a perception?
That was some weird
That's
luck.
one. That was one, and honestly, let's be honest, it wasn't that important information because Era saw it 2 seconds later, anyways.
Yeah.
Listen, let me live my life. Life.
My laugh.
I mean, I will say, I'm glad I haven't wasted bardic inspiration on you guys so far.
Wasted? What do you mean wasted?
How do you waste that? How do you waste something you do normally? That's like me saying I waste my negative D4s to people. Dang it, my
No,
aura
he
of
has-
resolve
he has
is
a pool
wasted
of
on
them.
you.
He has a pool. He has a limited amount of
Oh, okay,
bardic
so that's lay on hands. Even still, that's still like me saying, well, I wasted my lay on hands on you. I healed you for nothing.
Oh, you're just pissy about the zombie.
So everybody seems on board. Elevorn, you're approached by Durand and Era. You can see Nedadion and Demetrius in the doorway.
I mean, you said you didn't want to go, and you gave all the reasons why you don't want to go, but do you want to go anyway? I mean, we've done a lot of things we didn't want to do, and most of it kind of ends up
we're not talking about Duran. We're talking about what you think.
No, I'm talking about round.
I'm talking about me too. Yes. I'm confused. I was on board for this.
Well, I mean, you weren't earlier. I mean, well,
Oh, well, I
before
don't
you
like
left, you
it.
It's a
were
good
early,
idea, though,
so-
wasn't
Yes,
it?
yes. I don't like it. Yes. But it's still, I know it's still important. I wish I could give some time between specifically tonight and us drawing all this attention in a single day.
And,
Again, I don't think whether between today or tomorrow is going to make that much of a difference, and that's my input. We're wasting time.
If I felt very strongly about not going, I wouldn't, but I mean, I'd rather go with them than them go without me. Is how I see it.
okay.
Just creatively use some form of magic to make me not produce sound. That'd be great.
Alright. So, how are you guys going? Also, I drink too much Monster. I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Now we can plan without
Excellent.
him here.
Like 5-10 minutes.
Perfect. Now he won't be able to hear us. He's just sitting behind the camera, listening.
Yeah.
I mean, his defense, I have to pee too.
Okay.
Go.
All right. What am I thinking? All right. So what do we have as resources? We have polymorphed Durand into something because he can't make a stealth check worth a fuck.
I would also be able to disguise myself at the same time, I believe, because only one of them costs concentration or uses concentration. I could probably polymorph you. Ew, I can't talk today. What the fuck? Polymorph you into something small and easy to carry, and disguise myself as a doctor.
Okay. Then there is
There's also fly.
that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, yeah.
There is pass without trace, which technically could be used with all of that. If it's prepared. And then there is I was thinking it's a big spell, but wouldn't we just be able to turn into like wisps of freaking wind and just fly in there? It's just wind. Like they wouldn't know. We could just go into the graveyard with wind power. But I think that's the heaviest amount of resources being put into a spell to get in there. Yes. My god. Now I have to take off my headphone.
So let's jump back into it. So the conversation is being had about heading to the graveyard. For all intents and purposes, everybody's in the same room right now. Durand had just aired his concerns and stating that, maybe not after we made such, draw so much attention to ourselves. Era had her counterpoints. What do you guys do?
There's 5 of us. We can technically vote.
True. Put it to a vote.
My vote doesn't count because I voted to follow.
That doesn't help.
Yeah, that doesn't help. That makes it back to 4 people. That kind of nullifies the whole point of the exercise.
How do you not have a point? Because at the end of the day, your life matters, right? So even though you're told to do what your lady wants, you should use your best discretion.
I'm not sure she wants you to die. Does
So
she?
with that in mind, you can make a decision.
She didn't say she wanted me to live either.
Oh my.
Well, still, I
Alright.
don't think that means that she wants you dead. Because I think if she wanted you to dead, then she would already have made it so.
I vote we go to the graveyard.
And Durand, I understand why you wouldn't want us to
Wouldn't.
go right now. But at the same time, I kind of agree with Era that what a day that we're just gonna lose time.
I'm not disregarding your points. I weigh them in heavily because at the end of the day, the consequences can fall on all our shoulders. But everyone's vote matters, everyone's voice, everyone's opinion. That's how a team can work, and that's how we can make it out of this safely. So I need everyone to speak up on this because if majority of you are against it, then yes, I'll follow. I'm not going to disrespect anyone that way either. But I do believe we have to push forward in this sense. And maybe, yes, maybe I have a possibility or a chance to be wrong, but personally, at this time, I don't think so. And Durand, even though you're more than capable, if you ever need help, that's why we're here. And then there's Demetrius, but he's here too. He's capable of certain things, at least.
All I did was just voice my concerns about going tonight specifically. If we still want to go, that's fine.
The plague doctors seem very hard to notice. There was one on us practically without. I didn't notice them at all. They didn't, wander down from the street or anything. They were just there. And that is a little unnerving and strange and almost like that thing that I do, maybe. Maybe that's how we are when I use that other thing.
Yeah, it constantly felt like we were being watched, and even though there didn't seem to be a plague doctor around, but suddenly, if we did something, there was.
Interesting point. You bring it up, Neri. You still have that feeling, all of you, right now.
We have to.
Fuck.
Not just anyone comes to Worthy at this time. So no matter what we did, eyes were always going to be on us.
But can you feel it's even now when we're just in this room?
Yes, I do.
That's weird. Could this be something magical, though? Are we being scryed on?
I guess I'll use detect magic just in case again.
Okay. You cast Detect Magic. There's a flash of arcane energy about your eyes. Nothing magical that isn't being worn or carried by the other members of the group.
You know, we didn't ask, but is it possible that Lady Esther is trying to keep tabs on us?
Oh, you think that's why we feel this whole... I mean, at least I am feeling this still, that I'm being watched. Are you...
Yeah, it feels weird, and that's why I was saying, is there a way that we could. Does anybody have a way to contact her?
Demetrius, would this be something that she would do? Would she try to keep tab on us with something like this? I mean, and do you have a way to contact her?
I do not have a way to contact her, and if she were trying to magically eavesdrop, she did not inform me of this.
Hmm. Well,
Alright. So, this day or go. Graveyard or otherwise.
I don't... Well, since I'm still feeling this whole being watched on, and I'm not sure if it's Esther or somebody over here, maybe I'll take your side on this, Durand, and maybe we should just stay for tonight and just sleep.
Unlikely that the feeling will probably go away, but I believe it doesn't hurt to test the waters to see if maybe things calm down tomorrow.
Yeah. And by tomorrow, if this feeling hasn't gone by, I would be more used to it at least, and it wouldn't make me uncomfortable when I'm trying to do the things we need to do.
If we feel that we're being watched and we decide to stay, then should we have someone, should we take turns staying up?
Go definitively.
I suppose so. It wouldn't hurt, even though, yeah.
I'll take first watch.
Okay.
That's very nice of you. I'm kind of looking at it. It's like,
Okay. So you all go back to your respective rooms?
If majority rules and Cele, or rather Neri, changes her vote, then yeah, it would be what we decide as a group.
Okay. Anything before you all bed down for the evening here?
Neri is trying to resist the urge to just jump out of the window and go.
Would I be able to maybe look up other spells that I'm familiar with that could probably just think of, I guess, look up magical spells that could be causing this type of effect or that kind of thing.
Sure, make an Arcana check.
natural 20, and then hold on. 29.
Okay. So, thinking about what might be causing this uneasy feeling of being watched without necessarily knowing that someone's watching you, you got the main one, the big one, scry. Other methods that you could think of if you were to try to s- watch someone without them knowing, there's many number of invisibility type spells, things that can cloak or hide one's appearance or presence. Magic like that might do the trick as well. There's other methods like, noting Demetrius's follower thing, maybe having something else not so assuming have eyes on you and be relaying that information back. All of these possibilities, none of them you're 100% or even close to being sure is what's happening, but all, I suppose, plausible. And then there are, your mind goes to maybe things that aren't necessarily magical, but strangers. You've certainly encountered the strange before, and although you don't understand it, there might be something that you do understand, that there might be something at play here that you don't understand.
Since I still have detect magic, I just want to, before I go back into my room and sleep, or
Mm.
I just want to walk around, like the tavern or whatever area is available. Just double check, make sure.
Okay. So walking around the tavern with detect magic for the remainder of its duration. Nothing. Neridion's in her room trying to resist the urge to leap out the window. Demetrius is on watch. Elavon Durand, you are in your room. Anything before you guys head to bed? I'll take that as a no. Right. So in shifts, you all take turns being awake, you take turns sleeping until the sun comes up. As the sun rises, you guys can see the light coming in through your windows. The fog begins to burn away in the morning heat. The lit oil lanterns are put out, extinguished by, you can see the plague doctors. The next day, the morning is upon you. Heading down to the tavern, you can see that there are a couple patrons in this early morning. Only two. But the half-elf proprietor is, serving and attending to them, as well as a couple of his helpers. Gather together at a table. Pull out some of your rations, as you don't want to eat the food here, apparently.
Well, Demetrius at least seemed to be have fun with the drinks. So who knows?
I think, yeah. I don't. It's a. It's. I don't think it's in the forefront of Duran's mind at the moment to not eat that, but it doesn't matter. We have it, so we may as well use it.
Okay. echoing outside of the tavern. Can't tell exactly. It could be as near as 50 feet to maybe a few hundred feet. But you hear just the steady, echoing, sharp, cracking thuds of hammering. And as you eat, that's just a constant knocking, and then you can hear it through the walls from another direction, then from another. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
It's just people who have got the plague and, they're just putting the boards up on the wall, the
Yeah.
windows.
That's what you assume that's the sound of, yes.
Mm-hmm.
We just got quarantined.
We got quarantined the instant we got in.
COVID simulator.
Oh no.
Is it?
Why did it? Maybe.
Oh, maybe. The
Do this
conspiracy
stuff.
theory COVID doesn't exist simulator. COVID is
don't
fake
make
news.
it political, man. It's just a story.
I'm not making
Would
it
have done it
political.
regardless of COVID.
No, I know.
Well, thank you guys for swapping over to a different night.
No problem.
It's nice that it worked for everyone. So
So hopefully, whatever plans you have change and we can play Saturday too.
I would totally try.
try your bestest,
Alright,
hardest.
let us know
My
how
kids
that
don't
goes.
see fireworks. Fuck the fireworks.
Just put it on like a screensaver or something. That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I'll put them up on the roof. Hey, watch it from here.
There you go. Just sit next to an open window and just shoot bottle rockets out the side.
All right, you guys have a good night.
You as well.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Now, to see if I can find someone to ride. Did you find Captain who? Captain who? Oh, big one? No, I don't really want to put a big one. Oh, a small group. So I gotta go to... Why did he tell my music to go away? Now I gotta bring my own music. Close that and put away the music. Oh, I thought you were here as Reina. That's it. Change it. Let me do one thing at a time. I'm still live and I'm looking for something to arrange. And I don't know how to do this. How do I look up just the fucking game? There we go. Oh, rip. Oh, there's flaming hot Doritos.